Hello everyone and welcome to the stream. We're back. It's been a little bit. There was a little bit of hiatus. There's been some development happening that wasn't streamed, and I apologize for that. I wasn't in a mental space to stream. Really wasn't in a mental space to stream before, and I kind of forced myself, and that did not go well. For me or the people around me. So, we're back. A lot has happened, but let's dive in and I'll show you guys. So we've got a lot of interesting things going on now. We've now got a signal bus with this on-light spawn signal. Why do we have that? Because we have light detection. A light detection functional component that does raycasting to detect light, detect the lights around it. You set a range. It's probably set ridiculously high at the moment, but that's what we're working with. And you can, it checks for the lights, and if it can hit the lights, then it must be lit. We're working off some pretty harsh assumptions, but it's what we could muster up. So let's dive into this. If I run this and show you guys, you can see our guy still walks around, no problem. And we have a working lantern here. You can see it's small, but there is an animation there. And this is the shadow barrier that we saw in the scene, and it has the light detection. So the collision goes away when it's in the shadows. And it's presumably, if you had a parent sprite, that sprite would be set to visible. So you could reveal things that are hidden in the shadows. The shadow reveals things. Yeah, sort of backwards. But that's the whole point. We have an inverse world and a not so inverse world. And you move around in the normal world to reveal secrets hidden in the inverse world. And so we now have this thing. But here, if you're shadowing it yourself, when you move into it, you're no longer shadowing it enough, and so the collision comes back briefly, which bumps you right back out, which then shields it again, so you just enter this little loop. And we'll probably fix that with a timer at some point. A mild timer. We really don't want the character shadow to be the solution to any given problem, but I think a timer still would make it clear. Just a few second timer would make it clear what's going on to the player. But that's not our concern right now. Our concern right now is going to be with moving other objects around the scene, as well as being able to pick up and spawn, pick up, and set down this lantern. That's one of the things we want to be able to do. So, yeah. Come along with me as we dive into this. This light detection took a lot of time. This wasn't the first solution. I had a whole other solution that was borrowed from a 3D game that I saw doing something similar. And where I say something similar, it was light detection. It was similar in that sense. But I could not get their approach to work in the 2D space. And it could have been lack of understanding. It probably was. But I certainly didn't have enough understanding of how it functioned to debug it. Whereas raycasting, I at least understand that enough to be able to debug it. So that's the route we decided to go. There's some assumptions and some limitations, but I think we can game design our way around those limitations. So, yeah, that's the state of things. And I realized that I have the intro song still playing on repeat over and over again. Let me fix that real quick. I apologize. I mean, it's a good song. I had it playing over and over again so that I could line it up with the intro nicely. But I did not want it to stay that way. All right. Now that I got the music set up the way I want it, we'll not think about it again. Man, the glitchiness in this song kind of reminds me of Fez. If you know, you know. Basically, anything I hear, time I hear an audio glitch like that, I think of Fez. Anyway, so let's dive in. Here we have the light detection script. Here we have the shadow barrier script. Okay. So, yeah. So, our goals for this session are making the lantern something the player can spawn in and set down, pick up and set down. Being able to push movable objects around, as well as a button system. A button system that the player can stand on a button or move an object onto a button, or and we want the button system to be modular enough that we can make it do different things. Reusable, basically. We want to make it modular enough to be reusable for multiple level things and multiple types of interactions. Whether it be something you press once and it dispenses something, or it dispenses something each time you press, or whether it's something that as long as you're holding on it, certain things are revealed. That sort of thing. Those are the 3 goals we want to accomplish in this session. I think if we accomplish those things, we'll be looking good. Isaac, who's not here right now, who will be here shortly, is our main level design guy. And so we're trying our best, me and Josh are, to just build the tools he needs to make good levels. That's kind of where we sit. We're just building the mechanics which he can use to craft levels. Josh came up with a really pretty cool subtitle for the game. Shout out to Josh for that. He said that we could call it that we start as a aspiring mage with a broken wand. And to achieve our goal, we have to climb to the top of the bandit mage tower. Each floor could be a level. You find runes that make your wand work, and toward the top of the tower, you learn how to divide your soul and disconnect your shadow to be able to do more. You're uncovering the secrets of the last mage, and the subtitle would be called Secrets of the Last Mage. So divide. Secrets of the Last Mage. And I think that has a beautiful ring to it. So we'll go with that. And yeah, so we'll keep that there for now.
Yes. Yeah, that's all. No, I don't have a too big of a. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. And I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, and we'll have this experience if we use Godot again. Okay. Okay.
So anyway, yeah, so we've got, is that you viewing the stream, Josh?
Yeah.
Figured as much.
Yeah, I'm actually watching 2 YouTube videos at the same time. I got you in a pop-up, and I'm actually watching how to do projectiles.
Very nice. So Josh is working on getting the fire and ice ball that he made, which are really cool, and getting those working nicely. As well as, I think he plans to make a flammable functional component that you can put on the campfire, for example, so that it lights when a fireball passes over it.
Yeah.
And then he's also going to be working on the wand stuff, but I think that's his focus at the moment is the projectiles themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you need to ever offload any of the wands related stuff, let me know. But for now, I'm going to focus on those other things.
Yeah, you get those things done. Those are more important than the wand, I think.
Yeah, I think so. I think the wand is more core to our wizard guy theme, but I think for the earliest levels, my stuff is going to be the more important for the earliest level.
Yeah.
Because we'll probably, presumably, sometime in the first level, find one of the runes. So.
Yeah.
Ideally, I would get 3 levels. One with out runes, and you discover the rune either late in the level, and then your second level you discover the second rune, and then you get to use it in the third level.
Yeah, I can see that. Be like one with just light manipulation, one where maybe
Yeah,
do what?
light manipulation, and moving objects and buttons and stuff. Just
Yeah, and then we incorporate the spells to maybe interact with the environment.
we might be able to pump out more levels if they're simple levels, like each level introduces you to a single mechanic, like the light and shadows, and or the button, or moving a thing. But it ultimately it all depends. It depends on how big we want to make the levels and how many we'll be able to make. But right now we gotta focus on the building blocks for those levels. So
Yeah.
So my first focus is going to be on spawning this lantern in and out. And with that, I can probably just use the visible property on the lantern itself. The problem is if we want to be able to set it down, it can't just be a child of the player. If it's a child of the player, that'll work for when we're spawning it in, we're carrying it around, and that's fine. But if we ever want to set it down, and walk away from it, then it can't be a child of the player. Huh. So I gotta figure that out. Oh. Huh. That's interesting.
What's interesting?
There's this function I might be able to call that can tell the thing to stop following the parent momentarily. So I'm wondering if I can toggle that on the fly and use that for placing and picking up the
Picking up the lantern?
Yep. Sorry.
No, you're good.
That was So what keyboard do you think the light would be on? Like key on the keyboard?
I don't know, kind of like your Q or E, kind of one close. I would say I feel like E is usually used for interactions.
Okay, so
Maybe.
what I'll do is um I'll make I'll use E to set it down and pick it up. Um
Okay.
um but I'll need a different one to like spawn it in and spawn it out.
Mm-hmm. Q for inventory. Kind of like Minecraft.
Yeah, but I don't want this to just open up an inventory. Like I want this to just be a quick toggle because the lantern's so crucial.
Well, yeah. I mean, we're not gonna hold any inventory. It's just gonna be the lantern.
Yeah, but you also have the runes, so I guess those are going to be under a separate sort of thing. So
Yeah.
I'll make Q toggle the lantern, and I'll make E um, E place it.
So you can turn the light on and off, and you can place it down.
So you're not necessarily turning the light on and off. It's if you have it picked up, you can put it away or pull it out.
Okay.
So instead of turning it off, we're just going to make it invisible.
Okay. Yeah.
And then you can place it down and walk away.
Okay. Yeah, I can do that.
And maybe we don't want to be able to place it down. I don't know, but I figure we do.
Yeah, I guess I just thought if it turned off when you picked it up,
It doesn't turn off when you pick it up. It stays on until you put it away. Because you could walk around with it and use it to that's how you sort of explore, I guess.
True. I guess that's just how I thought of it until you said that, but that makes more sense.
Yeah. So, okay. So we've added those input actions. Okay. How much of this do we want to do in the player? How much of this do we want to do? What did I change here? I don't think I changed anything. So we'll put it on the lantern itself, I think. Monk. Process. We don't really care about delta, so we're just going to go ahead and preemptively deal with that. Monk. Toggle. We'll say visible is equal to not visible. That makes me wonder. Ah, yeah, we have visible in tree. That makes sense. I thought of that already. Cool. So. Input.get. If input dot is action pressed. And we'll say toggle. One of the things we need to do here is we also need to make sure that in the lantern, well, I figure this is the case, but I want to make sure that I'll add a we... I think we need to just... His action just pressed. Yeah, I think that's what we want. Let's try it. So now... And we need to set the offset of the lantern on the player. So, on the player, let's go to the 2D world and we'll make... Josh, you seeing this?
Hold on. What am I? I'm seeing a shadow.
Yeah. So, when you spawn in the lantern, right? It kind of just... You block it, most of it, with your own shadow. And I wasn't sure if that's what we want. For example, like if I turn off the occluder.
Yeah, that would probably put like half the map in shadow.
But if we turn off the occluder, then the player wouldn't have a shadow at times where he's just walking
It would
around
make
something.
sense. Yeah.
So do we just turn off the shadow when the lantern is in your
So
hand?
close. Yeah. Mm.
I'll go with that, and we can adjust from there. Because I definitely
Yeah,
think
we can see
I
how
definitely
it
don't
looks.
think, like, obviously, like, the problem is now if I'm carrying a lantern and I come up to a much bigger light source in the scene, like a big fire or something, or the fire, like, or whatever, a burning tree or whatever we decide to go, I wouldn't cast a shadow if I'm holding the lantern. So I don't know. It's
Yeah, I don't know.
So I'll set it up this
Maybe,
way, and we can play with it and see what we come up with in the future. But I just
yeah. Well, since the inverse world is kind of your shadow, I could see us not casting a shadow at all.
well, the inverse world is just your shadow is going to be light colored, and your light will be shadow colored. So
Yeah. Yeah, we could play around with it. Because I feel like that, like it is, you're blocking out half the map. You can just uncover. You could just set the lantern down in the center and walk around and uncover everything.
I mean, that's fair, but at the same time, like you can uncover half the map, but not everything that we want to uncover is going to fit on half the map. For example, the bridge may be like one tile, maybe like 10 tiles long, and so we'll only uncover like 2 or 3 of them.
Yeah.
Effectively by this. So I don't think it's that bad of a deal in terms of gameplay. I think where it really stinks is visually it doesn't look great.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe when they're carrying the lantern,
You know
we could
what?
put it on their head or something.
I came up with the solution.
What?
So the lantern you have a light mask. So you can set a different light mask on the fly. So that the lantern won't, when the player's holding it, the lantern won't shadow them. And that means I need to make sure that this is occluder light mask. Boom. It's set to 2. We want it to be 1, I think. And the lantern can be 1. We're going to make the lantern 2. Make the lantern a separate light mask from everything else.
Okay.
I think. And then that way we can go over to this light occluder and we say, hey, interesting. Why is it being... Is it because of the visibility layer? It also needs to be 2. Boom. Interesting. Huh. So if I have occluder light mask set to 2 on the player, and I save that, I want to save that, and I come over to the lantern, and I want to do it on the base of the lantern. I don't want to... Cool. So, yeah. It's just a matter of if I can set that in code. I'm sure I can. Shadow item coal mask. Okay, so cool. So that means so cool. We can cool. So what we can do here is funk place. And we want to do point light 2D dot shadow item coal mask. And I want to see what this sort of value looks like. Shadow item coal mask. Used with light of glitter 2D to cast shadows. See also range. So if I set it to 1 and 2, I want to see in the moment here, coming back to lantern, I want to print debug this. Yeah, we can get rid of this print debug. And I just want to, once at the ready, I want to run place. And let's run the scene. So, as you can see, interesting. That's weird how that works. How does that know how does it know the difference between 1 and 2 versus 3? That is wild. I don't think that doesn't make sense to me. Right? Surely. Oh, it's bit values. Okay. So if we want to say point light 2D dot coal mask is 3. Bar place. Ooh. False. Placed. Placed. Is it or not? Place. Placed. If it's placed, we want 3. Otherwise, we want 2. Ternary is not a thing in Godot script. Oh, it is. If paid else. Okay. Three if placed, else 2. If input dot is action is pressed, do interact. And we'll have to change the logic on this just a little bit, but this is just a test. Toggle placed. Originally I was going to make it 2 separate functions because of the different logic between when you can and cannot pick up versus put down. Like if you have it in your hand, you can put it down at any point. But if it's placed, you need to be near it to be able to. All right, so how we're gonna do this is we'll use this to test real quick. We'll run it. We'll show you guys what's going on here. We come around here. We can spawn our light in. That is not what we want to be happening here. Let's refrun the scene. Yeah, OBS does some weird things when you try to change scenes. Or when programs open and close when you're trying to change scenes. Cool, so that's how we normally want it to behave. And if I were to, on the fly, remove layer 2. Oh, so we want, okay, I understand. We want it to be 3 if placed, else we want it to be 1. Yep. And then we can run it again. So Sorry, kill it. Transition back to editor. Then we can run it. And then we can transition to debug. And now we'll walk over just a little bit. We can if we're placed, we want it to show a shadow of 3, else we want it to be 1. If it's not placed, we want it to be 1 by default. So it should be 1 by default. So if we, or I can't just, so it is not the right value by default. But that's because I'm not setting it to the right value by default, I believe. I need to exclude layer 2 by default. Now if I place it, so placing it, picking up and placing it, nice. I like it. That way when you're walking around with it, it won't cast a shadow on you, but other things will cast a shadow on you because we're not messing with your occluder. We just have to make sure that everything else is set up to cast on layers 1 and 2. Every other point light in the... But that's easy price to pay to have good dynamic lighting that doesn't seem weird. And so now if we place it, it still follows us at the moment, and that's where we need to fix now. And so now we need to do it's called it's under visibility and it's top level, which is set. So it's not placed. If it's placed, we want it to be top level. Alright, so now I need to figure out why. set as top level. So positioning is if placed, else vector to what if I just did? Huh. If truth could not inherit its strength from its parent, its draw order will also be changed to make it draw on top of the items. Bum 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 do bum do bum. Set as top level. Set as top level. So let's do func get position. That may already exist, so we'll have to play around with this. We'll just say return parent dot global position plus position. Oh, so we already have a get position class. Get position. Oh, we broke things. Values of the ternary conditional are not mutually compatible. Alright. what is this get global transform? I guess that's a transform today. Get properties. Let's look at properties, and we have all right. So we have global position. Get global position. Get global. Placed, and we'll do that for now. All right. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go back to creating a function. Func calculate position, and we're going to say, hey, return parent dot get dot global position plus get position, and we'll say calculate position. And we'll just see it in the context of the one action. Oh, that actually works pretty good. So now we'll just say, hey, get position. Let's just try this. And if it works, I'll show it to you guys. I've been bad about not showing it to you guys. Oh, yeah, that doesn't work. And one of the things we want to do here is var relative position
Hey Sam.
Yeah.
Quick question. How do you get the player's location?
So is the thing a child of the player?
It's a function in the player.
You dot global position. Global underscore position. Position is relative to its parent, which is what you typically see in the transform property in the inspector. But global
Mhm.
position is its actual global position, independent of everything else. Like so.
Okay. Okay.
Let's see if this. Instead of doing that, we'll just say, hey, relative position. Hey, it's working, boys. I guess we don't really need to have this to be a function here. Just say parent dot global position plus relative position. And so we'll run it again here. We'll swap over so you guys can see this working in a little time. And spawn in our light. We can place it down. You walk away. Come back. We can pick it up. But if you'll notice, no matter where we are, we can just zip it back to ourselves. We don't really want that. So we need to create a... we could also walk right through the lantern. We don't want that either. So we'll create a collider on the lantern. We'll also need to... which, to be fair, there's a chance that breaks light detection, but we'll cross that when we get there. It says light detection is based off of ray tracing or raycasting, which is collision based. But it might not. It shouldn't. I don't think it will, but there's a small chance it does. But now we can pick it back up. It is a little jarring, the transition from shadow to not shadow. So now we need to add to the lantern. Add child node. We need first a shape 2D. We need to come to the 2D side of things. We need to add a shape. We will make it a new rectangle shape. And we will let's just see how that looks. Actually. I guess that makes lantern. We're going to change lantern's type. So we'll change type and we'll say you are a static body 2D. We'll also need to add an area 2D that we provide a collision shape 2D, and we'll give you a circular shape, which we want to have a certain radius. And first, let's just see how this goes. See, we can now collide with. We can't run over the lantern. Which is nice. Oh, I guess Isaac might not be getting on after all. Thought he would be.
Okay, I can't seem to get. I can spawn it in, but I can't get a movement out of it. It just stays in place. Hold on, I might be spawning it in the wrong spot. Hold on. Hey, Sam.
Yeah.
How do you get the parent node?
There's a function called getParent that a node has access to. You can see it in the shadow barrier if you need an example.
No. I was looking through the suggested options and that wasn't on there, so I didn't know that was a thing.
All right. Doot, 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 doot. Alrighty. So when I'm gonna head to the bathroom real quick, and when I get back, we're gonna hook up this area into the logic, hook up signals to allow us to only pick up the lantern when we are within that area. Do it when we get back. See you guys. All right, folks. We're back. So, let's work on getting this hooked up, shall we? So we have this area 2D. We want to look at the signals. So we have on. We're going to want to set up body entered onto the parent lantern. We're also going to want to set up body exited onto the parent object lantern. And so we're going to have we don't need the signal deferred anymore. That's left over from some weird logic attempts. We're going to separate out some of the stuff. Just a little bit here. We're going to say can var can interact. No. We're gonna do this differently, folks. So, how we're going to accomplish this is we're going to make, and we're going to say this is indirectable. Interactable. Interactable. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to come here. We're going to add a script to the interactable. Scripts. Interactable.ditto. And so this is where we're going to set so we're going to do this. We're going to need to get a parent. Our parent node 2D. And we're going to come up here. We're going to get our parent. We don't need process. And we want to actually we do want it. So can enter bool false. And we're just going to say can interact is equal to true. Can interact is equal to false. But we don't want to just set it to true and false if anything enters here. We want to say if body is we want to say if he's a character body 2D. Then we could do it. Same here. If body is character body 2D, then interact is false. And now we want to add back in the function process. Sess. We're not really overriding anything, so I'm just gonna process delta. We're gonna say if input dot is action just pressed interact, then we want to say, hey, we want to do in our parent dot interact function. And that means our parent must have an interact function. Which means we need to come over to our lantern here. This is interactable. So we need to give our lantern an interaction. In this case, we want it toggle placed. So that's where I need to do a little digging here. GD script. Bar interact. Ooh, toggle list. Toggle. Call. And now we can come back over to interactable, and we, instead of interact dot call. If we make interact callable, that way we can just reference a function that already exists. And now if we come back here to Lantern, we can get rid of the code that tells us to interact. And theory, if I hit play and I show you guys what's going on, you should be able to That's an interesting bug. Don't know if you guys see that, but we can't move because the collider is stopping us, even though that's a child of us and it's going to follow us. But you can see we can place the lantern. No sweat. It still works when it shouldn't. Ah, it's because I didn't actually write the logic correctly. And can interact. So now it should run just fine. We also have to check and make sure that the parent is visible as well when we check is callable. So that's something we'll do. We're gonna, instead of just saying, hey, can actor is true, we're gonna say if body is character 2D and parent dot parent dot is visible in tree. Yeah. And parent dot is visible in tree. That way we're checking to make sure that okay. So we're going to have to come back here to the lantern. And in the same place where we are setting our shadow item coal mask, we also need to do our collision shape 2D dot. And let's I guess it doesn't need to be collision shape 2D because this is, it's set on the parent. Okay. So we can get rid of that. We can remove that now. We didn't actually need it. And then we can say, hey, This is collision objects can also exist in one or more. The physical layer scans mass. Collision mask.
Oh, hey Sam.
Yep.
I might need a little input. Let me.
Sure. Un momento.
Yeah, I'm gonna share my screen so you can see it.
One. Sorry. Da, da, da. 3 if placed, else 1. So what you're trying to figure out?
How to rotate the fireball?
There's a global rotation. You
Okay,
have
so
global
this
rotation.
this is the projectile. So it's got the rotation being set like outside, so you can just so yeah, I got it in here to move, and
So-
then in the player one, I set those to like the rotation and position.
So the way you're doing movement, first of all, is not the traditional way,
Mm.
where you're just adding to global position. You generally set like a velocity.
Well, that's with like a character body and stuff. This is an area. Do you do velocity with area?
I mean, I'm pretty sure you could still do that. I don't see why that would make a difference.
I mean, I could try. I started out with that, but I couldn't get it to work, so I don't know. Hold on.
I mean, if this works, fine. Like, but so sorry. No, don't let me get distracted by that. But so what is the problem?
Hold on. Can you see the game?
I cannot.
Okay, let me switch it over.
I can see it now.
Okay, you can see it now.
Yeah.
So I can throw a fireball, but it only goes to the right. No matter which way you're facing. I can't rotate it. So it's being moved, but the rotation isn't setting.
Well, I don't think rotation is the problem here, right?
What would be the problem?
Rotation just determines its orientation. It has nothing to do with the direction it's going to go, right?
I don't know.
So if you go back to your code here, you're just saying, hey, go in direction, which I guess is the spawn is where you're vector2.right. You're always saying right. Go right.
Yeah, but then it's rotated by the rotation.
But spawn rotation should be a vector 2, right? So
Could I get rid of right?
You should be able to do like global position or spawn position dot rotated spawn rotation. And try that.
Yeah? Yeah, let's try it. Fireball just like winks out.
Does the fireball have collision on it at all?
Yes.
Then it's hitting the player's collision. You need to.
And just disappearing?
Yep. I'm
Okay.
assuming so. It depends on.
So that means we just set the Z.
No, you don't really have to do Z index. What you need to do is, typically speaking, you can, instead of spawning it directly from the player, you can create a node that is basically invisible. That's just an empty node that then gets offset from the player, and that's your spawn point.
Okay.
But for what this you could do, you could just say.
Could I just offset it?
You could just offset spawn position theoretically.
But then would you want it to offset in the right direction? Because if it doesn't, then it'd be like it would always spawn to the right of you, even though you're throwing it to the left or something.
And so with direction, and one of the things too you've got going on with direction is like the direction you have is a singular dimensional thing. It's a singular float, which can only affect one value or the other of a particular position.
Oh, well, I don't. Are you talking about the dir? Because that's not even used.
It's not used. Where's direction coming from? Oh, direction is spawn rotator. So.
Yeah, I can get rid of that. That was a failed thing.
Yeah, so the direction should be, because you're rotating the spawn rotation, it should be going in the correct direction. You just need to offset spawn position.
Yeah. Is there a way to maybe do that rotation plus something?
One second, I'm thinking. I need to think.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Stop the music for me so that I can think properly. I'm gonna leave it up for the stream, but so go back to your other code. So we have, actually, sorry, go back to the other one. I'm sorry.
Very good.
You did set to spawn position to global position. Rotation might need to be global rotation. I'm not positive.
I could try it. It's not gonna hurt anything.
That may also be why it wasn't rotating the way you expect. Again, that rotation is, yeah. So
hold on. Is there, can we say global position plus something like rotation to get like a further out in that direction?
You could, but you then have to calculate which vector to add to it to give it the right offset for the particular direction. So there's we'll find a better way to solve it. So go back to the other script then, the projectile. You can what did you have originally instead of spawn position there in the spawn position dot rotated? It was vector 2 dot right?
Yeah.
So let's see what it's doing right now in this very moment.
All right. I'll give it a go. I think it's still colliding with the body.
Well, it's not even showing this. Oh, there now it's showing this time. Okay, so change that back to the vector2.right real quick, just because I want to see if the global rotation made a difference in anything.
Let me know when you can see it.
I can see it. It's still always going to the right.
Yeah.
All right, so
Hmm. I kind of want to put it on a different layer just to see if it's going in the same direction. Or if, what was this on spawn position?
So one of the things
Hmm.
Yeah, so you would probably want to use velocity and delta as for movement at some point. But I'm trying to
I mean, I could try that. I could just, boop. Boop.
yeah, so you'd set your velocity is
It would just be like a vector. Vector 2 0 negative speed. I do that right? I didn't, dot rotate. Did. And then spawn rotation.
sorry,
Yes.
never mind. For the moment, you can just go back to what you had.
Okay, it's saying, yeah, velocity is not declared in the current scoop.
Because velocity is something you get by being a... So what type of thing is the...
Right now, it's an area 2. I did have it at one point as a character body. And that's when
you probably want it to be a rigid body that has the area 2.
I can try it.
I would think. Maybe. And maybe it. No. What's the error? It's saying the little triangle.
It's on there. The node configuration warning. Size changes to rigid body 2D will be overridden by physics engine when running.
Size changes.
Change the size and children collision shapes instead.
What is it? Where are you changing the size? You're not.
Oh, I don't know. Is it talking about the scale? I put a scale on it. Like I scaled it down.
That might be what it gets talked about.
Oh, yeah, you can't scale it down. I don't know if we can use a rigid body because it's huge.
You could probably scale the other stuff on it though. But, what we could do is.
So wait, now that it's a rigid body, do you want me to go back to velocity?
No, just put it back to whatever it was.
And run it?
Yeah, well, not necessarily run it. I'm trying to. Problem is my brain's going in too many different directions at once at the moment, and here's the velocity vector. It's set to 0, never updated. The delta times the 0 vector equals the 0 vector. So the both states still change it. The velocity is being updated. Notice that the velocity is being updated. Also consider using normalize and a separate constant for frame independent animation. So I was trying to figure out. There's a look at function. Which you can use to take the character and have it look at a one of the things that we could do is right now, as it stands, the direction of the sprites and stuff is entirely determined based on the direction we're moving. What we could do is set it such that the direction of our sprites is determined where our mouse is. So, aka our player looks at the mouse.
Yeah, I can do that too.
Well, I mean, that's really trivial. And if that's the case, then technically speaking, what is to the right of our character is always the direction we're aiming. The problem is I don't know how we want that to relate to controller, per se.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, like, we could commit to this being a keyboard and mouse game, and I'm okay with that, I guess.
Well, you got the right stick.
Well, yes, but the logic to do that, versus looking at the mouse is completely different logic. I guess is what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
It's completely different. It's literally, there's a function called get global mouse position, and you're saying look at get global mouse position on the player when you get input, and it just does it for you. There's a completely different way of doing it if you want to do it for controller. So that means we would need to figure out a way to detect which one you're using, and then do some appropriate logic, and we could do that.
Wouldn't you just? I mean, is there you would just search for the input, like the right stick input?
Yes. So you're not really searching for the right stick input. No. The problem is that when an input is not, you don't, in Godot in code, you don't just see, all you see is the input name you input into the project settings. You don't know that they have a controller or don't. They have to figure out how you would detect a controller and then change the logic accordingly. Which I'm not concerned with right now. I would rather get it working in a good way. I'd rather mechanically get it working than focus on controller. Controller can be an afterthought, I guess is my point.
Okay. Well, yeah, I guess when you put in the controller for movement, I guess I thought it would be about the same, where you look and you just attach that to the same thing as the mouse.
Well, say that again?
So you said you hooked up the movement to the left joystick, like on a controller.
Yeah.
And if you do the look at function on the right joystick.
Well, the look at is looking at the position of something. Your joystick doesn't have a position within the game. Your mouse does. So it's completely different logic.
Gotcha.
You're just saying, hey, find the global mouse position and look at it. And it's not even reading it as input. It doesn't even go through the input system.
Mm-hmm.
It's just confined where the canvas system can find where the mouse is, and that's so it's a completely different set of logic. And since it's a completely different set of logic, you have to figure out exactly how to determine someone's car alarm's going off outside. So yeah, you end up having to do and you have to either getting input or look at mouse.
Mm-hmm.
So
Okay, I'll keep looking at it. You can go back to what you're doing. I'll find something.
The I guess what I'm getting at is we probably do want to aim with the mouse, because how else will we want to aim, you know?
Yeah, I wasn't really. I was just like, oh, it's north, south, east, west.
which we could aim at the mouse without necessarily changing our character's rotation. It hurts. sense, dude.
Mhm.
So you can get angle 2, which is angle between the node and the point in radians. Which means we could get the angle to the mouse and use that as your rotation. You probably don't want to do direction 2. You need to do get angle 2. Because
Oh, well, I'm getting the angle here.
what I'm saying, since that's your rotation, you don't want to be messing with position necessarily.
Oh no, it's going off the player's location and getting the angle to the mouse.
Yes. But a node has a built-in function that says get angle to, and then you pass it in. You can pass it in the get global mouse position, and it will spit back the angle to that point in radians. So you're doing more than you need to.
No, well, I was just following a video.
Ah.
So what were you saying? What do I need?
So you literally just call a function called get angle to that is built into all nodes.
So
You just
self
get rid of it. Get rid of all of it. You don't need self in this case. If you don't have, it just assumes if there's no thing, you're talking about something on the current node. Get angle 2, and then you say pass in the mouse position, the get global mouse position or whatever it is.
like that?
Yeah, and that could be your rotation. In fact,
Change anything in here?
In fact, that probably should be your spawn rotation in the first place. Which I guess you were setting as your spawn rotation, weren't you?
Yeah.
Ah, makes sense.
And then just leave it like this.
Yeah. Yeah. You might need to set the rotation, global rotation separately in the global position.
Oh. I changed the thing.
I'm not certain of that, but is it doing anything?
Nah, I broke it because I changed it to a rigid body, and it still extends area 2D, so it crashed.
That makes sense.
Okay, now that that's fixed, let's try it again. Okay, I think it's just...
So you can go back to the area 2D at this point, honestly. I don't think...
Okay.
We're not going to get much out of rigid body. I guess the whole point of rigid body was that you potentially use like the move and slide function.
Okay, well, hold on. Let me put my transformation back because it is way too big.
Scale, yeah.
Okay, I think it is rotating.
And so one of the things you can do here, and this is something I had to face, if you go into if you stop the game and you go to the player,
Okay.
You pull up the player.
Just like the.
You mean you want to pull up the player in the inspector?
Oh.
So you
Okay.
need to pull up the player.
Hold on.
Do you not have the player open in the top tabs?
I do now.
I thought you already did.
Nah, I didn't need him.
So now go over to, now select the player itself from the left.
Mm-hmm.
Go to the inspector and see where it says collision.
Yeah.
You want to set the layer to layer 2 and get rid of layer 1. Now try running it.
Okay. Nope. Same.
Well, it's not colliding with the layer because it can't collide with the layer now.
So it's just ending.
That's another thing is, do we want the fireball to even collide? Or do we want it to go a set distance, and because it's an area 2D, you don't really need collision to know whether things have come in, or you don't really need collision.
Well, I guess that I was thinking about walls. It needs to stop at walls.
I guess that's fair, but will we have? Yeah.
And I had the collision for the fireball on level 4.
So it would have never collided with the player in the first place.
Yeah, I forgot I changed that during our conversation where we thought when we first thought it was colliding with the player.
Because I had to deal with this because I want the lantern was stopping me from moving, so I had to dynamically edit the player um the lantern's collision mask
Mhm.
to not collide with the player when the player's moving. So I've already set the player on layer 2 because of that. Same with the light layers.
Mhm.
For the same reason. So it's not colliding with the player.
Was not. It's just blipping out.
So try and change that back to the vector 2 dot right for in the direction. No.
Vector
Yeah.
T to right in the direction.
Yeah,
Okay.
what you originally had it as, yeah.
Oh, there you go.
That's why vector 2 dot right, because vector 2 dot right assumes to the right, but then when you rotate it, it's fine. So now you get to aim the fireball.
Yeah. Fireballs.
Fireballs. You probably want to add a timer node to
Cool down.
for cooldown purposes.
Why you don't want to spam fireball? This isn't overpowered at all.
That's epic. And I realized I probably should have been showing this on stream so the stream people can see this too, but I had the stream exclusively set up to deal with Godot because I have one monitor, not a bunch of monitors, one ultra wide, and I didn't want to deal with trying to show my whole monitor because that meant anytime I wanted to do something with OBS or mess with
Yeah,
sound
that's fair.
settings, I didn't want to show all of that stuff.
Yeah.
And or anything that
Now,
might be typed in Discord.
yeah, now that that's working, let me try.
Because I am not responsible for things other people type in Discord. And I
True.
don't want to be canceled for such things.
Now I should just be able to hit the ice ball the same way.
Anyway, I'm going to stop watching your stream for the moment and get back to what I was working on. If you need anything else, don't hesitate to reach out. I hope I've been sufficiently patient and
Yeah,
helpful. I've
we
been
got it
trying
mostly
not to
working.
get too frustrated.
Hmm.
Um, unlike the other day, and yeah, that was the
Yeah.
pressure getting to me, honestly. And I mean, it happens too, but like the pressure just definitely made it easier to happen than
Hmm.
it would be normally. So, what was I working on here? That's right. I finished setting the. I needed to. That's why I was actually working on setting the collision mask. But the collision mask, for some reason, isn't existing on the base lantern node. Area 2D. You see with the rigid body 2D, the rigid body 2Ds are meant to be like have forces applied to them.
Hmm.
That's why I was thinking it needed to be a rigid body 2D if you wanted collision. And obviously, you have an area 2D on it to detect that it passes over things. Because I figured, yeah, we just want it to fly over everything and set the things on
Hmm.
fire that it was going to set on fire. Otherwise, it'll just collide with rocks and everything, which maybe we want. It depends.
Yeah, I guess that's the same as colliding with the wall. Um,
Yeah. It's like I could see it us wanting it to collide with a wall, but I theoretically it could be cast right over top of the rock, at which point we wouldn't want it to collide with the rock. So it depends on how we want it to behave, realistically.
yeah.
And we may want to switch it to a rigid body at some point, but then you would need to basically um um yeah, that's something we can cross later if we run into issues. Dollar sign, cause um all right, so we're gonna do this set collision mask. Open documentation, properties. It is a physics body 2D. Yeah, so move and collide is a function that takes in a vector 2 for motion, and it moves along the vector, um, and uh, it's like the players move and slide, but for um, yeah. Collision object 2D. So we have set collision mask value. So that's what we want here in our lantern. Set collision mask value. And we're going to say, hey, um, to false. Oh, but we don't want it to be false. We want it to be only false if it's placed. So we'll say not place. Actually, we want it to be placed. Just placed. Which means this, we can also say we'll fix that in a moment. Set collision mask value not found in base self. Oh, it's because this extends node 2D and I need it to be area 2D. Not area 2D, static body 2D. Haha, problem solved. And so now, if I spawn in the light, we're still colliding with it. By default, we want the collision to be only layer 1.
Okay, so I got both the fireball and ice ball able to like projectile. I haven't thought about how to hook it up to whether we have the right rune, but I'm probably gonna hop off.
All right.
So
Sounds good.
okay,
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like the projectile, you shoot projectiles, and then like the the rune can determine which projectile is instantiated, what your active rune is.
yeah. Right now I have it where you pass it either fire or ice, and you could do either one.
Yeah.
Um, and then we can just come up with the toggle when we do that.
Yeah. Sounds good. I'm gonna finish
Okay.
working on the lantern, and that may be as far as I get for the night. The lantern has
Okay.
turned out to be have a little more complex challenges than I originally anticipated. So
Mhm. That's okay. We'll get stuff done.
Yeah, so we'll work on that, and then I mean, honestly, moving an object that's going to be pretty simple. Um,
Yeah, and then
the button system is what's gonna another one that's gonna be decently complex. So,
I don't know. I think buttons are
well,
kind of easy.
it's not gonna be complex in the sense um, of like getting a button to work, but building a button system that is flexible and modular and can be morphed to do different things and be hooked up in different ways. That is going to be hard. Getting a single button to work in a single way, not a problem.
Mm.
But getting a button that can be modularly set up to do any number of different things, a little trickier. Not still not going to be difficult, but it's going to be surprisingly more difficult than you would think. Um, I think it'll fall in the same category as the lantern, where
Mm.
there's just these little details here and there that you weren't thinking about that now you have to consider.
So I guess we could put the work into like getting it modular like that, but I mean, we could just
Well, it needs to be right.
wait to have the design and then just hook the buttons up to whatever they need to do.
Well, because the reality is one, we don't want to then write a bunch of different scripts for a bunch of different types of buttons. Um, but also, the main thing here is that we're build effectively the way I'm looking at this is I'm building a set of tools with which someone can come in and pump out levels.
Mm.
Probably Isaac. And so I want to make it as simple for him to do what he needs to do as possible. And because the button is so going to be so crucial to level design, you know, I'm not building a button. I'm building a button
Mm.
system.
Yeah, I mean, how would you
And
do that? Would you just have a bunch of different functions that it could use, like open gate, and then they have the gate on the same level be named or have a function
well,
open gate?
the the button is going to be something that you can put on to attach it to another object. So it'll have a parent that is something, and you can configure the button with things like momentary press versus a press and hold, or so is it a one time where you hit it and it does one thing, and if you get off it and hit it again, it'll do it again, and get off it, hit it again, it'll do it again, or is it something that you have to hold down to accomplish the goal?
And
And
then
then
you would just have to do that on each individual thing.
you can basically pass
Is
the
that what
button
they
a
do?
callable function. So the parent thing has a function, and the button can just call the parent's function um, in the appropriate manner. Um, so
Okay.
um, and so I've just got to. I'm not on that right now, but I've got to think through and plan that out thoroughly before I actually dive into it. Um, but I'm effectively just building a button system. Um, so yeah, that's sort of the goal.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's doable.
Yeah, I mean
Like you said, I
it's
mean, just
definitely
have a
doable, but it's
yeah,
gonna
just
take
have a
some.
node with a engage or momentary engage, or and then each thing you attach it to has the different function that it
Yeah,
does.
I'm basically building a configurable button that you can pass in a function as to what the button does.
Hmm.
Um, um, or maybe you don't even pass the function. Maybe you just configure it for a certain thing, and then yeah, I'll have to think about it more. I don't want to derail myself from my train of thought. But
Okay. Well,
yeah,
have a good night.
good night. I don't know what I changed here. I don't think I meant to change anything. Oh, I didn't change anything in the script. I just changed messing with the layers. Layers, all bodies. Here's the scan for collisions. All bodies can scan layer 1. So in this case, I want the player to be in collision layer 2. Well, how did I do it for the light? Yeah. Things in layer 2. And so I'll save the player. And the lantern is a 1 and 1. Save the lantern. Cool. So we're not stopping the player from moving. If I place it down, though, which all of a sudden my place script is not working. Interactable. Print. Debug. Debug. Can interact. So we can't interact with it. But we should be able to now. Interactable. We really only need interactability on layer 2. So if I run this now, so we're checking the parents visible in tree. Correct, and we'll say parent dot is visible in tree. Just to rule out that it's not the false true, false true. Um, is there a better way to do this? We know that on body entered. We don't really care if the body entered. We really only care if the body is in. Area shape entered. On body entered. Print debug enter. And and I want to get rid of this. We no longer are learning anything useful from that. I will bring it back momentarily. Interesting. Interesting. So entering is happening at the beginning of the scene, right? Oh, it's because I messed with someone's indentation. Oh, no, it's because yeah. Parent is equal to. So and not placed. We want to say televisible. If is visible, then we want to say interactable dot can interact true. I don't like it, but it should work. I can set it down. I can pick it up. I can set it down, but I can't pick it up if I'm outside the. back to light 2D. Here you have the shadow item Coal Mask, which is you could set item. That's working at the moment. I'm gonna leave it be. Where this is really getting interesting. So we're only calling if it's visible, which is fine. That's what we ideally want. But what is happening here? Let me slowly break down what's happening here. What did I do again? Yeah. So let's reset it and like share it with you guys. So what's going on here is you can toggle your light. You can place your light. You can pick up the light. You can not pick up the light outside the radius. But if your light is invisible, you can place it. But you can't pick it up again. Because it's not interactable. But the only time that it gets interactable is if it is visible, or like we just said. We said, hey, if is visible, so you cannot interact with it currently. If I bring it up, you can interact with it. It's also visible. I can place it. I cannot interact with it anymore, but it is visible. I can now interact with it again. I can hide it. It is now interactable. It is now interactable, but not visible. According to this, it's still interactable. Why does this break? There's got to be a reason why this is breaking. It's this input here being braked. It's because it is interactable when it shouldn't be. We only want this to. So I need to find another solution to the problem. The problem being that because the on-body enter happens very briefly at the beginning of things. At the very beginning, when it first spawns in, if we set can interact to true at the very beginning, this would solve that, but then you could place it while it's not visible. What if instead of adjusting whether it's interactable or not? So, interactable. We're on interactable. No, we're not. We're on later. On interactable. Instead of adding this as a condition here as to whether or not this is can interact. I mean, it is an interaction of whether or not. Instead of calling it can interact, I want to make this var in range. Bool true. This is true. This is actually, I'm going to initialize it to false, just in the off chance that good things go down. And here we're going to set is in is. So we're going to say range. We're going to say, hey, in range is equal to true. We're going to say in range is equal to false. And we don't care about visibility here. We are just purely speculating, hey, is it within range? Once we do that, we can get rid of can interact as a variable available here. And func can interact. We want this thing to be bool. And then we return in range and parent dot is visible in tree. And then we could just say, hey, and can interact. With that being the case, we no longer need these. Let's try it. All right. Sorry, I wasn't showing all that the whole time. Let's spawn the lantern in. We can place the lantern down. We can't pick it up outside the range, but we can pick it up inside the range. We can put the lantern away, and we cannot break the cycle. Yes! This is huge. So this way, we have an interactable, and we can put this interactable on any item that can be interactable. This will probably include picking up the runes. And this interactable script says, hey, are you in range to interact? Is the thing I am allowing you to interact with visible? If these things are true, and you've pressed the interact button, let's call our parents interact callable. You could have made interact a function. The reason I didn't, I would have made it a lambda function if an anonymous lambda function in like JavaScript, for example, which is what I work with in a day-to-day thing. I'm a full stack web developer by trade. But for example, if we go to the lantern, I already have this toggle place. Toggle place is a good function because it does what we want it to do, and it is descriptive of what it does. Interactable, the interact. You could have renamed this function interact and make this do a function. That's all well and good. That would work. And fine, but in JavaScript, you would do what is known as a lambda function, wherein you would just say, hey, let me go back to the lantern Godot. Instead of this, you would just say var interact is equal to, then you would just say you would do something like that. This is the equivalent of making a full-on function. You could have made an interact function that just calls toggle place. That seems sillier than a one-line lambda function like this. And the closest thing to a lambda function that GDScript has is the callables. It is a reference to a function, and that is effectively what lambda functions are, a reference to a function. So this is the callable is the closest thing, and that you could be descriptive. This allows you to be descriptive with your function and just define it globally, and then the interactable can call that, and all it is a dot call instead of a. So it's, I think it's cleaner. I think it would be even better if you had a proper lambda function, because it would make this side slightly cleaner. It would make that side slightly cleaner, and you would avoid the whole mess. But I wouldn't want to call that function interact because it would get confusing. I think it would. I think it's very clear when you're trying to debug, especially if someone else comes into this code now, that what this function is doing. And I think that is valuable. Now the thing I need to do now, and I'll take you guys back to the editor, is I need to come in and we have test level. Inside of test level, we have the tile map. inside of the tile map, we have the physics layers. We want it to collide with mask 2. And now we should be able to go back in here and I'll oh. I thought I had set the player up to be in so the player is set on layer 2. Looking at collision layer 2. The tile map is on layer 1. Right, I'll just do it this way. This should work. I need to check the lantern stuff too. The collision's broken. So So there's still some issues here. See, we collide with it appropriately here. Oh, now it's fine. Now we appropriately collide with it. We appropriately collide with it. We appropriately collide with it. We pick it up. We are no longer blocked by it. It doesn't seem to be doing a great job at hitting this rock per se. Ugh. So what I don't get is that you're in layer 1. Player is in layer 2. Player scans 1 and 2. Player only scans layer 2. Which is why we need to set that. Which means if I come over here and some test level tile map collision, so here we go. We have player, we spawn a lantern. Lantern doesn't stop us from moving. Lantern doesn't stop us from moving. We can place lantern. Now lantern now stops us from moving. We can pick up lantern. Lantern doesn't seem to be doing a great job of colliding. Rock, and I don't like that very much. Nor do I understand why that is. So like, see that collider hits. Obviously, this one wouldn't hit until you get to there, but it should have hit through there. Shouldn't be able to just pass through like this. And I guess that has to be on the lantern because the character and the all right. Spawning lantern, we can move. Still not colliding. Why is it not colliding? Lantern. You exist in layer 1. You are listing to mask 1. All right. So place it. We hit it. We hit it. We hit it all day long. We hit rock all day long. We can pick it up. But it never just won't collide. And it makes no sense. Because we don't care what your mask is. We'll just try this again. Let's see how this goes. Lantern. We can move freely. We place it. We can collide with it. We can place it. We can collide with it. Pick it up. And it still doesn't want to collide. Oh? No. It doesn't want to collide. I don't understand. It is set to layer 1. The player only sees things in level 2. Lantern only sees things in level 1. Phys- Objects exist in one or more of 32 different layers. So it's allowed to exist in multiple layers. So our lantern exists solely in layer 1. Our player exists solely in layer 2. Our tile map exists in layers 1 and 2. Now, there is a chance that if we go in here, we go into the tile set, all the way down to where these resources are, that if we set this and we come to select this, and we come down here to physics, that's physics layer 0. If I put it back to layer 1 and layer 1 only, the player won't collide with it. And I'm realizing that I'm really, really bad about swapping back and forth. See, the player can walk through it all day long. If I spawn in the light still even the light passes through it. It's not the end of the world. The thing I don't like, okay? The thing I don't like is that if you then enable the player's collision with the tile set, with the collision, the physics layer on the tile map, the light goes entirely into the occluder, and so no light is cast. I don't like that. If it collides, you would see something like this, and that makes sense. Um, I mean, my only guess is that it has to be with the fact that we're setting layers on the fly. So to start debugging this, here's what's going to happen. I'm going to come back to interactable. I'm going to get rid of this annoying print debug now. It's also going to make it very hard to do what we're about to do. We come back to here, and we're going to come in here and do a print debug here. And we want to get collision layer value for layer 1. Get collision layer value for layer 2. Because maybe somehow, so far that's just true, false, true, false, true, false, true, false. Still true, false. If I place it now, it's true, 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 false. Then why isn't it colliding? Could it be that the collider is too small? I don't know, possibly. But the only reason the only thing that would do was make it clip into the lantern a little. The collider is very much there. Our player can collide with it all day long. If I place it down, it doesn't cut in, not even an iota. So it'll only cut in on the top. And I probably don't even want it doing that. I'll probably extend that to about there at least. I'll extend it up just a little bit. And I'll do that even right now. Come to the lantern, we'll come to the 2D side of things, and we'll find this collision shape. And we're just going to move it up just. Nope. We undo that. We want to move, and we're going to move the collision shape down to there. And so if I spawn in the lantern, place it down, boom, 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 boom. But if I pick it up and walk with it, is it being disabled because it is a child? Is it being ignored because it's a child? It's not a one-way collision. It's not disabled. If we disable it, let's think here. No child colliding. I don't know why the child is like, according to this, the layer is set correctly. It's not doing something weird in code. So we know that's correct. When it's invisible, obviously the collision doesn't matter. Hmm. Yeah, that's the only thing that's interesting about this is like this is entirely functional with one small issue. I'm gonna test it with a tree real quick. Yeah, the tree's doing the same thing. I wonder if it's because it's a static body tree. Legitimately. I wonder if that's the source of all the problems. Let's try it. Type we'll do body 2D. Oh, Godot wasn't happy with me for that. Never realized the music's been off for a while. I had it off for my own self when I was trying to think with Josh. Bum, bum. But it should be back now. But need to launch Godot. Don't get sidetracked, Sam. All right. I don't really get what's going on. Okay, I think I know what's going on here. So I don't like it. That didn't change anything. Um, nor was it seeming to collide with things. And that could be because when we swapped it, I don't love. Don't get it. I'm just going to ask the simple question: can two static bodies collide in Godot? I feel like they should be able to. That being said, I could see a world in which they wouldn't be able to because, well, they're static bodies. Neither of them are supposed to move. uh, Godot can two static bodies collide? Collision signal with static image bodies. If there's even a chance this works, I'll take it. But nope, it doesn't. The thing that proves there's nothing wrong is that this works. This works. And the reason it works is because our player only exists in layer 2. Exists in layer 1 or layer 2, depending on whether it's placed. If it's placed, it exists in layer 2. If it doesn't, it exists only in layer 1, so as not to collide. The player here, it somehow doesn't work here. And I don't know why. Like our player collides. And like maybe it's because the only thing I can think of that is a reasonable explanation is that perhaps test level that the tile map, that if you change these collisions, it doesn't actually change it. But I know that's probably false because it started out as 1-1. And if I remove the 2, you'll note our player can now move right on through. And to prove that it was always the player colliding and not the lantern, if you remove the player's collision, you can go right through with lantern and all. So I know that it's not just a matter of all of a sudden our player can boom, boom, boom. And I understand why it's not colliding, I think. What I'm willing to bet is that it's not colliding either because two static bodies can't collide, or it's because it's not being moved through traditional movement with the move and slide or the move and collide. Godot. Fix that. Character. When you move the kinematic character body using move and collide, it returns. To react to rigid body collision, you need to set its contact monitor property to true. And increase contacts reported. Do can to static body collide. When static body 2D is moved, it is teleported to its new position without affecting other physics bodies in its path. If this is not desired, use an animatable body 2D instead. A 2D physics body that can't be moved by external forces, when moved manually, it affects other bodies in its path. Ah, this may be what we want. Can I set? Can I come in here? Come to the lantern, and can I set type? Animatable body 2D. Ah! Godot crashed again. And I know exactly why. I did the dumb thing. The dumb thing of changing the type while the game is running. So then the script breaks because it's no longer an extension of the right class, and yada yada yada. Keeper of the light, yada yada yada. um, and so we're gonna pull up lantern. We're going to change type, and we're gonna make it an animatable body 2D. Animatable body 2D. I'll worry about fixing the window size here in a moment. Nope, we're still colliding. But I do think that we're on the right track. I do think we're on the right track. But let me... Cool. So, the idea here is... to when we move manually, it affects other bodies in its path. An animatable 2D physical body. It can't be moved by external forces or contacts, but can be moved manually by other means such as code. Animation mixers. Simple on moving platforms. Do not use together with physical body moving collide. we're going to say if I don't want to have to write code to just make it follow the player in a natural way, like as if it's this own entity that needs to move on its own. I don't think that makes sense. At the same time, I want to see what happens. So we're going to say here, velocity is equal to velocity is equal to 1,000 times delta. No. Direction times speed times delta. And our direction is going to be vector2 dot right. So Zegado, move and collide. Let's do vector multiplied by move and collide. We're gonna have to get rid of the default visibility. We're also gonna have to actually no, we're not gonna get rid of the default visibility. What we're gonna do is instead of we're just gonna move that into the function. So it only triggers when I tell it to, which is good because then I can move away. See, ladies and gentlemen? Godot, make object that follows parent. Parent. Make static. Make animatable body 2D. Follow player. Godot. Boop, 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 boop. What the ba, ba, ba. Here's what's going to go on. Direction 2. Hmm, 2. Parent dot global position plus relative position. Go direction 2. I believe it's get direction 2. Oh. So, well, first off, I'm going to tell it to be visible because I want to see what's going on. So, say if. Okay, so first, I'm going to make func get desired position. Turn parent dot global position plus relative position. And we're going to say get desired position. We're going to say get direction 2. Get desired position. If global position is not equal to get desired position, then we want to move and collide. Oh my goodness. I'm going to be a genius for a second. We're going to do all this just a little bit. We don't want to get our desired position. What we're going to do is we're going to say if, and instead of getting all this, we'll just get parent dot velocity. Yeah. It's breaking terribly. What is sync to physics? Animatable body DD. Sync to physics. Feels true. If true, synchronous to the physics frame. Sync to physics equals false. Oh, there it went. Physics versus times delta. So this is ultimately what it comes down to. I was relying on the fact that the lantern, being a child, of the player will just follow the player around. This is all well and fine, except you get no collisions. Collisions are only calculated based on movement functions, and setting the position is not setting movement. So you end up not colliding unless you manually move the item. Trying to sync the thing with the player's movements, rather difficult. Originally, I was just like, hey, you know your desired position relative to the player. Let's just move toward that position if you're not already there. Problem being is that now, if since it sits to the right of the player, if you try to move, if your player's moving to the right, the item isn't moving because it's in its desired position. So, it's one of those things that, and so now I'm like, oh, we just know the player's velocity, so we can. So, direction, global position, dot, dot, direction 2. parent dot global position plus relative position times 100 times delta. Let's see what it ends up looking like. I guess that's also a thing that has to. It's super jank. Super jank. I think for now I'm going to. I'm going to. For now, it's going to be not visible by default. We want to put that back. And we only want to say move if not placed. So this is what it would behave like. We'll run it. I'll run the debug for you guys. Yeah, it seems fine. Yeah, that's the thing I'm curious about. Like, you can hook it up on there and it will eventually come with you. It tries. That's the weird thing. I think it's just all kinds of weird. I think realistically, all right, guys, I think realistically we're just going to have to not do that. I don't think it's good. I don't think it looks good. I think this looks pretty great. The only problem is that can happen. And I don't love it. But I don't think the average player is going to be doing that. And the reality is, what's this? For all that time I've wasted, right? Because observing. Check that out. And it looks more like he's holding the lantern instead of the lantern floating. You can I feel stupid, guys. The fact that I could just take advantage of the parents' collision, and it even looks better because it looks more like he's holding it, kind of. I feel stupid. So here's what's gonna go down. We're gonna come over here. We're gonna come to the commits. We're gonna uh, mix turn toggleable and place up. We're gonna go get status, get push, get log. What's the commit? Oh, that's just the merging branch. Yeah. Get push. Well, with that, guys, I'm gonna come up here and I'm gonna make a merge request. And with that, guys, I'm gonna call it quits. It's been a good stream. I feel stupid having that discovery that last a little bit earlier. Like I was just racking my brain over a problem that wasn't really a problem. Um, but I'm glad we figured it out when we did. And I do wish to, real quick, actually, addresses unused param. with that, guys, I'm gonna call this stream a successful one. Only got done one of the three things I wish to get done. But the reality is, guys, we're gonna make some progress on this. Tomorrow evening, we've got the time. So we're gonna crush this thing. Thank you guys. Appreciate you guys, and we'll see you tomorrow.